Hey guys, how's everyone? uh, so hopefully I can sort of mirror my performance yesterday. Because one of the things that always sort of bothers me is when I want to stream for longer, but I'm just tired or... Excuse me. When I'm just tired or... Yeah, usually when I'm just tired. But I got in a good 6 hours last stream. Hey, I just realized something. Oh. No. It's alright. It's alright. Yeah, shut up. So I forgot that I put Kimba down the bottom left now. I don't know. So that's kind of a mess. Okay, so last time I remember we got most of what we needed to do done in this level. I can't remember the name of it because I'm... Wait, what? Oh. Anyway, I can do this. The name of the world is Mayhem Temple. That's what it's called. So we got done most of what we need to do there. And I believe we have to wait and come back until we have the beak drill, I think. If we're lucky, I've got enough. I think it might be 10 Gs for the world that comes after this one. But if we're lucky, I've got enough to unlock not only this world, but the next one. Because I remember, as long as you perform well enough, it is possible to unlock 2, maybe even 3 worlds at once. I remember these puzzles get a lot harder later on. Sorry, I just cleared my nose. I just had a shower and I use talcum powder after a shower and it sometimes screws with my nose. I'm really hoping I'm not going to be sniffling it. For those of you who are thinking it's cold or anything like... Oh, hey there, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Cinnabear 3. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. I think that makes you follower number 45. Wow. Holy shit. Oh, well. Thank you so much. I know it probably sounds very cliche, but I do appreciate it. What? Hold on. Oh, right, yeah, I need a certain number of jiggies. Although I think I should be able to access this now. But I'm glad to have you here, Cinnabar. Unfortunately, Streamlabs doesn't always tell me when I have certain number of viewers. Like, I think I've had 3 viewers at one time, and it didn't tell me any of them. What? What the heck? What the hell would that mean? Anyway, I hope to be able to create an entertaining, relaxed atmosphere, and if I can, at least, hopefully I can screw up enough so you'll get some laughs out of that. Okay. So, just fair warning, I actually don't know Banjo-Tooie nearly as well as I do Banjo-Kazooie. I've beaten Banjo-Tooie twice, but I think typically I've had to enlist the help of a guide a couple times, so... No. Is this where I come? Really? Oh, right. I remember that. Because there's a way to get back to Jinjo Village back there. Because you got the way back to Jinjo Village over there, and I remember I used it last stream, and for some reason I thought that was the way to get back. Whatever, I know this is the way forward, so we'll go this way. I'm really trying not to sniffle. Because I don't know if you heard me say it earlier, I had a shower and I used talcum powder after I have a shower, and it sometimes screws with my nose. Also, unfortunately, I have this habit of sort of flying on autopilot whenever I stream. In terms of the game, I tend to focus more on trying to talk and engage, so I don't end up focusing as much as I probably could on the game itself, so I might glaze over something and have to reread it or redo something, or something might happen and I don't fully register it, which kind of leads to me running around for 10 minutes wondering what the hell I'm doing. That's fire eggs, we don't have those yet. So I think, yeah, the next level was the mines, so we'll go to the mines. I'm just gonna have a look around first. And I know that honeybee's up here too, that should be her hive over here. Oh, there's a jam jars here too. No, now we have fire eggs. That's good. Fire eggs is good. I can see why a lot of people were disappointed when Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts wasn't basically Banjo 3E like they hoped it would be. Because playing Banjo-Kazooie and then playing this game, and just sort of remembering how much Banjo-Tooie is like Banjo-Kazooie, but it just adds so much more. And it just gets you psyched just thinking about all the stuff that's ahead. And all the different abilities and how far out they go with some of the things that they do. Yeah, so for some reason they decided to add a middleman to this whole extra life mechanic that they had in Banjo-Kazooie. Oh, really? This is the first time? Have you seen or played Banjo-Kazooie? Well, I'll be happy to play through it because I am actually planning on playing all the way through this, and I'm more than likely gonna play through the next game too. Oh well, I finished Banjo-Kazooie on the last stream, so if you want to catch the end of it, it should still be on my Twitch account. And somewhere further back on my YouTube channel where I archive my Twitch streams, you can see the rest of the playthrough of me playing Banjo-Kazooie. But yeah, I've played through all of Banjo-Kazooie on stream, even though there was a decent gap between the beginning and the end. But yeah, if you haven't seen or played this game, you're kind of in for a treat. Because I think this entire game series is pretty awesome. That's no worries. I try to stream on a relatively regular basis, but unfortunately I sort of have to mold it around my work schedule. Yep. I don't want that, please. How do I... There we go, got it. Yeah, it can be pretty challenging, especially with sort of maintaining your energy levels, because especially if I've had a really long, tiring day at work, or depending on my the times that I work, it can make it really hard to have enough energy to stream afterwards. See, and again, I'm not paying attention, so... But I can't do this. Wait, no, hold on. Oh, that's what I need that for. Hold on. I got this. Just give me a sec. I know what I gotta do. Is it the end here somewhere, wasn't it? Where am I going? I don't even remember where I'm going. Was it in here? See, like I said, I unfortunately tend to glaze over at times because I might be looking over at OBS or something. So how's your day going anyway? Are you doing well? Are you safe? Taking care of yourself? Oh no, I wanted that. And I can't do that yet. I need an ability from, I think it's at least 2 worlds over. So definitely not the next world, but maybe the world after. I'm really worried about how nasally my voice is sounding right now because I think I used too much talc powder. And I don't want to sniff, because then that's unpleasant in the microphone. So I kind of have to wait till like cutscenes or something to mute the mic. Cheetos pages. These are gonna be the bane of me at one point in the game. Because if you haven't actually heard anything about this game at all, there's a very notorious character that we meet in this exact level that kind of makes this game one of the hardest to 100%. It's okay to beat if you're doing an any percent run. It's okay. But if you're trying to specifically 100% it, this one particular character makes things very, very difficult for you. Unless you have a turbo controller. Alright, there's not much we can do in here right now. Alright, so I got maximum of those. Not maximum of those. Yes. Right. I'm doing that shit where I glaze over again. Anyway, you'll see. It'll be probably a fair few streams from now, but we'll get there eventually. Alright, so that's where I need the detonator. My biggest worry is that for somebody who doesn't know this game, it might be a bit harder to sort of keep track of what's going on, because even for somebody who's played this game, like me, who's played it 2 to 3 times and finished it 2 to 3 times, even I don't always know where the hell I'm going, or what to do next, or whatever. So I think this it is his house, but I can't do anything right now. So, Cidabear, you're part of the All Heaven server already, right? You're Bear, I think, right? If I'm getting that wrong, I apologize. Yeah, I thought so. It can be a bit hard to keep names straight at times. Especially when people don't always use the exact same username all the time. It's nice to have you here. I appreciate you spending your internet time hanging out with me. It's nice to have you here. And it's nice to have actually definitely confirmed who you are. I feel awkward asking just to make sure, but I feel like it's even worse if I'm not 100% certain either. Yeah, no, I didn't think I... Wait, no, I can? Oh, okay. I'm glad to have you here. I was a bit worried that I might have come off the wrong way, because I remember asking you if you wanted to hang out on stream yesterday, but I always feel weird and awkward just outright asking. But I do like having people around to hang out with. Now, I need to decide, do I want to give Skullboat to Mumbo? I don't know who I really need first. You know what, screw it. I'll have to deal with both of them eventually anyway. So what games do you usually get into? Oh, shooting games, like what? There's a little bit of shooting. There's a few shooting segments in this, but it's definitely not like a FPS sort of game. I'm near positive that there's a FPS area in this level specifically, actually. Oh, what am I doing? I should be using the teleporter. Again, fair warning, I don't know this game nearly as well as the one that came before it, so there'll probably be a fair amount of running around, trying to figure out where I'm going. Okay, so now, unfortunately, I'm running around, not really sure where to take Mumbo next, so I'll just switch back to Banjo-Kazooie. Left 4 Dead. I actually played a little bit of that with Ryan, who's cartoon guy on the server, and with Vinny, who's also on the server. Although it was actually the first time I'd ever actually played it, so. So basically, the story of this game is that in the first game, this ugly witch named Gruntilda kidnapped our sister because she was too pretty, and so Gruntilda, who is ugly, decided to try and steal her attractiveness. But we didn't like that, so we rescued our sister and kicked her ass, and trapped her underneath a boulder for 2 years. And now she's somehow or another she's a skeleton, but she's still alive, and she got out because of her sisters who freed her, and now they are trying to suck the life out of everything in the world in order to get Grunty a body back. And that's where we stand right now. Of course I find something else for Mumbo. This train station is going to become very, very important now. Because this is actually supposed to be a game that was intended for kids, but it's still really popular with people in my generation, I think, and I mean, it's a pretty good family-friendly sort of game, too. I got a lot of nostalgia with the first game, and I don't know, I just really enjoyed Tui and Nuts and Bolts as well. Because I grew up with Banjo-Kazooie on the Nintendo 64 back in the 90s. And I never actually played Banjo-Tooie or Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts until I got an Xbox 360 when I was in my mid-teens. I don't know, this game, it kind of gets its charm from its gameplay more so than the complexity of its story. I need to figure out something else with my stream layout, because it feels a little bit too PC. I don't know, I'll figure something out. I'm kind of tempted to mess with it now, but I shouldn't. Alright, Bumble can't climb ladders, apparently. So, one of the biggest features with Banjo-Tooie that wasn't in Banjo-Kazooie is that all the worlds are sort of interconnected. And this train specifically can go between the different worlds. And it'll actually be how we transfer certain things from one world to the next. It'll make more sense when I actually get to that point, but that's basically how the train works. I'm not 100% positive what we need to get Chuffy working though, because I know Chuffy is not actually active yet. I know one of the things, but for certain, but I think there might be something else. I try to keep a sort of third degree with my streaming as well, or whenever I do gaming or anything for the public, so to speak, because I don't want to spoil what happens for people. I mean, like I said, I've played Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, and Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts 3-4 times. So I know the whole game and most of the games in and out. Huh, we have to fight somebody before we can use the trade? Let's jump into a red hot boiler. That seems sense. Seems like good sense. Also, just so you know, we're walking across red hot coals right now, but apparently it's not hurting our feet. I hope the game audio is okay, by the way. It seems like it's alright. Haha, nice pun! Alright, so I think I remember how to fight this guy, for the most part. Yeah, so now we're not allowed to touch the floor. You'll also see that our oxygen gauge on the left there, if that empties, we die. Because I think the idea is that he raises the temperature so much that it starts to evaporate the oxygen and it gets really thin. This is pretty much the fight. We just blow his arms off. Well, I mean, he says this, but then he continues to try to kill us. So as you can see, the fight's not that hard. And he's dead. Although, I don't know, because he'll continue to talk to you later. So I guess maybe he becomes part of the train, because he is made out of coal, so I guess he just becomes one with Chuffy. There's no train stations open for my train to go to. See? So. Oh no, I guess he becomes part of Chuffy. So before we can actually make use of the train, though, we'll have to go to another world that also has a train station and open that train station. Unfortunately, the fact that the all the worlds are interconnected is not only one of the most awesome parts of this game, it's also one of the most complicated parts, because it makes it a bit harder to know where one Jiggy is, because it can be... Because Jiggies are the main collectible in this game, and while it might actually be present in one world, it actually can only be accessed by a certain passage in a completely different world. So it belongs to the totals of one world, but it can only be accessed in the other world. So it can throw you off and make things very difficult. Alright, so I should grab some more blue eggs, but I'll actually need fire eggs mostly for this, I think. Because I don't remember how to use these. Is there a special ability? I don't remember how to use this. I don't technically need it, but... Oh well. See, I can just use fire eggs. This kind of reminds me of Atlantis, the Lost Empire, the video game. Because there's actually a character named Audrey Ramirez in that game. And there's a couple of spots in the game where you have to walk through an area like this where it's really dark. And she has a flare gun, and that's your only way of lighting your way ahead. But she actually has infinite flare, so it's not that bad. Whereas, as you can see, we have a limited number of flame eggs. Yeah, oh, there's nothing over there. Oop. Remember that there's a hole in the walkway here. Oh, shit! I almost walked. Shouldn't have to worry too much about running out of eggs, so I'm being kind of liberal with them. So I think if I fall off, it'll be death. Oh, I did it. And I still don't know how to activate these things. You're supposed to use these, I'm near certain of it. There's supposed to be some way to activate it. I don't know, maybe it's a special ability. But anyway, I got by. Can't remember if there's anything over here. I might have basically just killed myself, though. I can't see anything else that's over here. I think that's everything that's in here. I think it's just that one jiggy, isn't it? Oh, well, if it's not, I'll find out the hard way. Okay, that's that. I really need to find jam jars and unlock the drill beak ability. Hi, Kimba. How are you? As always, you come to say hi when I'm streaming, but you don't want anything to do with me any other time. Ah. So basically, that was an upgrade to what this game's version of the ground pound is. Because another thing that I really liked about this game is that it allows you to keep all your old abilities. Instead of just taking them away and making you get them back, they just upgrade them basically. Because now all these huge rocks that are around the place, we can break through them. And we can access some new areas. Alright, so I need the detonator for that. You're probably a Minjo, but I suppose we'll see. Oh. Okay, this is not where I expected it to be, but we'll go with it. use this yet. Unfortunately, this is the kind of game where you'll be running into an area, finding out you don't have the ability that you need to do anything yet. Huh. So he's turning on the generators, an ability only Banjo can use for some reason? Ah, crap. This is just the way I came, I think. Okay. There's a couple other things that I'd like to do outside of this world. You know what, I'll actually, because there's no really any good time to do it, I'll do it now. So, like I said, this game's considerably more convoluted than Banjo-Kazooie is, because usually with Banjo-Kazooie, when you enter a world, you can get pretty much everything you need for all the worlds the first time you go in. Like, the second you start it, you can get all the way through it and finish it 100% before you move on to the next world, except for 2 specific levels. Whereas with this game, the first time you enter the world, you may only be able to get maybe maximum 90% of what's there. And then you'll have to leave and come back after you've gotten another ability or you've opened up something. So for example, here, there's a Jiggy here. For, I think it's Berta? Dilberta. So there's a Jiggy related to her, but we can't access it until we go to that world that we were just in, get the build drill, and release her. Oh, that's not nice. Now, remember how I said how certain Jiggies may be located in one world, but be accessible through another world? Even though this Jiggy requires action in this world, it actually counts towards this world's totals. Okay, somehow or another, Dilberta went through the hole before us, but we got out first. So, like I said, the convoluted nature of the game is one of the greatest features, but it's also one of the most mind-numbing at times. Because I can think of a couple of different things that are kind of a pain in the ass to get to that can only be accessed in a different world. But as long as I'm thorough, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. And if I really get lost, I can always look up a guide. Like I said, I don't know this game as well as I do Banjo-Kazooie, so I may need a guide once or twice. Hello? Alright, so what did we need to do here? I know we need to screw around with the column somehow. Oh, wait, no, I remember. Let's just find the right one. There we go. Is it this one? It is this one. For some reason, we have a time limit. I don't know why, but for some reason we have a time limit. Somehow or another, the Jiggly's gonna reset. That doesn't make sense. That's what we call artificial challenge. Go away. Yeah, no, we don't need to hit another one. The sad part is that there's a nice little dance that you get for every Jiggy you get in the first game, but they don't use it in this one. Alright, so you'll probably find me going to this screen a lot because this is how you basically know how much of everything you've collected. So there's 10 Jiggies in every world. There's 100 notes. There's I think it's 5, but I think it's 5 for this world, but I think it can vary in terms of Jiggies. And there's the empty honeycombs that give us full lives, more health. Sorry. The Cheeto pages, which give us new abilities. The Globos, which allow us to access Humba, Wumba, and Mumbo Jumbo, and then Jam Jars that gives us new abilities. So those total, except for the Jiggies and the notes that are at the top of the screen, I believe all the other totals can vary from level to level. And like you just saw, sometimes a Jiggy that you think might count towards the total of one world actually ends up counting towards the total of another world. Now there's one other thing that I haven't figured out yet. I'll see if I can figure it out while I'm here. No, leave me alone. Leave me be. Oh, I know what I'm doing. I just realized I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing, guys. I'm actually not running around aimlessly. I have had that shit hit me in midair before, by the way. That dart. Flight pad. Okay, now I'm lost again. What a surprise. Oh, wait, no, I know what I'm doing. Hold on. I know what I gotta do. This is something I could have done while I was here the first time, but I couldn't remember what I had to do. Well, 'cause ice cream is good. It tastes good. I feel like that's good. That's reason enough. I mean, I've done the exact same. I've eaten ice cream or icebox when it's cold just because I like the taste. And I shivered in joy. Well, in that case, since you'll give us something. Alright, so I think, question mark, I think this requires access to a different world. A world that we don't have access to right now. But there is that. Because I believe we need to get up there. But I believe we don't have the platforming ability. Or, wait, did we come from that direction? We might actually come from that direction. No, yeah, I think we come from that direction. We go into another world and find an access tunnel back to here from another world. If you actually check out the food channel on All Haven, you'll actually see a pint of ice cream that I had like a week ago. But it's actually relatively warm here, so I was kind of justified, but I really just ate it because I like ice cream. But I really need to limit how much I do eat, which I've been doing lately. I've been pretty good. As long as I don't buy it, I can't eat it, so I don't buy it. I got some dark chocolate in the house, and I got some salted popcorn, so that should cover my salt or sugar cravings. It is actually really good. Connoisseur does some really good ice cream. Because I've had Ben and Jerry's as well, and I actually like Connoisseur more, and it's better value. They give you a nice big liter tub of it instead of just a regular pint, and it's still cheaper. And for some reason, I don't know why it is, but all the flavors of Ben and Jerry's ice cream that's available where I am, so many of it has shitloads of chocolate in it. Oh, crap. Alright, so even though we have access to that right now, I believe we can't do anything until we access the next world. Because I remember what world that's connected to. And I'm near positive it requires access to that other world. And it's actually one of my favorite worlds now that I think about it. I mean, I think I used to kind of like chocolate when I was younger, but I don't know, maybe it's because as I got older I realized how much chocolate is in everything. I just sort of fell out of wanting to have it. So I think my favorite flavor of Ben & Jerry's ice cream that I've had so far is I think it's a strawberry cheesecake or something. I think that's what it's called. And it has no chocolate in it. But then again, I have the dark chocolate in my fridge, so obviously I can't mind it that much. Alright. So what we're after is over there. It's that gold thing there. But you can see all these sticks on the ground. Ta-da! I'm actually a big fan of white chocolate, but dark chocolate's better for you, so... But I still like dark chocolate. Alright, so like I said, we'll need to access a different world and come through that tunnel that's behind Mr. Gold thing there. So we can't access it right now. And it's actually a world that we haven't even unlocked yet. I don't know if it's the world after the next world or if it's the world after that. Also, demonic beehives. And I think there are split pads. Yep, there's split pads here. And there's this. I don't remember where this goes. Oh, I need you for later. So that world that I was talking about that we need to get into to get Mr. Gold thing over there, that's same world we need this for. Actually, I think we're actually technically in that world now, but we can't access the rest of it. Because you'll notice that the music has changed. We actually are. We're technically in that world now. Because you'll see that the enemies are different. We're now fighting dinosaurs. And you'll see that this ability, it's so far above what we have for note totals. So yeah, this is actually technically a different world. This actually goes out to the rest of said world. But as you can see, the switch to that door is on the other side, so... yeah, no, so we can't get to him, we can't jump over the sticks, nothing. There's only one way to get Mr. Gold thing, and... it's something we can't access right now. I was worried that there was going to be another one of those things. Wait, what the? Okay, so yeah, let's get us back up there, but... what? That grip grab goes to that honey piece that we already collected that we were literally able to walk up the slope to get to. Well, that's good. I'm happy about that, I guess. Well, I figure I should name it something so you know what I'm talking about. Because I think it's, what is it? What was it called? The Super Special Gold Idol or something? Something like that? I'm just gonna call it Mr. Gold thing, so... where am I going? I'm going to the Jinjo village. Yep, that's right, it works. It's the point across. Oh, also, those colorful birds that we've been collecting, they're the Jinjos, they're these things. And we have to collect all of these, plus more. And basically this is their village. So in addition to trying to suck the life out of everything, the witches also scared off all the Jinjos. So we have to get them back too. And unlike in Banjo-Kazooie where the number and the colors were very uniform per world, because in Banjo-Kazooie each world had 5 Jinjos, one of each color. So there were only 5 colors. Whereas this game, it can have any number of Jinjos and any number of colors. Oh, also this is our home. This is Banjo-Kazooie's home that the witches destroyed. They got a big drilling machine. And over here is where Grunty was buried in the ground. You can actually see the silhouette of her body. This is her hat. These are her arms. These are her feet. So she spent 2 years trapped underneath a boulder. And understandably came out as a skeleton. And yet was somehow still fat. Despite being a skeleton. So, oh, also they killed our friend here, by the way. This is our friend Bottles, who has a wife and kids, and they killed him. And this is his ghost. And they also trapped our goldfish underneath this boulder. Yeah, so... Oh, really? I thought we had to use a... Because there's actually an ability that requires carrying, but... You know, I'm glad that they don't require that. Yay, Royston's okay. So basically, he gives us extra oxygen. And faster swimming. Really? I forgot about this. So, you can see how our oxygen meter is a lot bigger now. And in Banjo-Kazooie, you have two forms of swimming. You have this, where Banjo kicks his legs, so it's for more detailed, slow swimming. And then you have Kazooie's wings, which are for much faster swimming. However, Royston just gave us the ability to use both at the same time, so we can move even faster. You'd think we would be able to do that on our own, but apparently not. Oh, crap. I hit A instead of X. I was required to hit X. That's okay. Don't worry, Bear. I'll probably still be here, maybe? Depends on how long you'll be gone. Hopefully I'll be around for quite a few hours today. Because I streamed for 6 yesterday. If I can do 6 again today, I will. I mean, I've started a little bit earlier, and yesterday I had to stop because I was just tired. So, who knows? I might go for a good long while. Depends on how quickly I fatigue, really. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out, and yeah, hopefully I'll be here when you get back. Have a good day, okay? Be safe. Actually, give me a minute or two. I need to use the bathroom. Sorry for the kind of extended break. I did a couple other things in addition to going bathroom. Wait, 1 sec. Oh no, I'm alright. Just make sure my setup's okay. Okay, so what? I don't think there's anything else we can. There's a witch world up there, but I'm not gonna go there yet. Also, I got some dark chocolate because I was talking about it earlier. Alright, so where to go next? I literally have no idea about where I'm going or anything, really. Oh hey, the minecart. That brings back some good memories. It's not so much the minecart itself, it's the person that it insinuates. And then what they insinuate themselves. Yeah, no, it just keeps pushing me off. I think this is going to be one of the biggest pain in the butts about this level, is trying to remember where everywhere that the detonators are required. I don't usually eat plain dark chocolate. One I've got's that one with the mint cream in it. So I'm kind of fudging the healthy side of things a bit, but I mean, it's better than white chocolate or milk chocolate. I believe this gives me the beak bayonet ability. Thank you. Alright, so now we can do this shit. I like how they just basically repurpose Banjo's injured sound for that ability. Bardo. I wonder if using them has anything to do with the beak attack we just learned and were required to know before going in here. Alright, so I remember this being a very big pain in the ass. So remember how I said I'm probably going to need to use a guide at times? It's probably going to be this minigame and the one with the clickers that I'm going to need. Yeah, for it, because it will literally take me forever to figure this out. I'll give it a few shots freestyle on my own, but I can guarantee you I'm not going to get it. So I get just over 3 minutes to do everything. Because these mines are very, very convoluted. Whoop! Almost shot that one. Because I remember you also have to be pretty efficient with the route that you take. Because this minigame pretty much requires the ability of memorization. It's not also having a good sense of direction, it's also about memorization. And apparently being able to use the beak attack correctly. Come here. Thank you. I'll probably be able to get down to about 4 total. But there's no way in hell that I'm gonna be able to get all of them. And I might be trying to trick the game into letting me win, but I do genuinely reckon I'm not gonna get this. You notice that 2/3 of my time have elapsed, and I've only gotten 2/3, and I don't know where. And more importantly, I don't know where the other third are. Alright, I also need to not suck at actually hitting them. The greatest guide in the world is not going to help me if I can't hit them. See, this is how bad it is. I can't imagine trying to do this before internet. See, look, I literally just went around in a circle. No, we're going to get blown up. We're dead. So literally I don't have enough time to get this done anymore. I'm gonna get most of them. Come here. And kaboom. Yeah, now unfortunately that doesn't actually solve the problem. Because somehow the TNT did absolutely no danger. Did no damage to the mines. It just released another lot of completely, apparently, harmless TNT. Alright, so I kind of lied. I'm going to... Oop. I'm near positive that probably would have come across on the stream. Alright, so this is going to be a lot of me pausing and unpausing, because every time I hit one, I'm going to pause until I see the location of the next one. So you pause. Watch a YouTube video. Let it tell me where to go next. Alright, so they went in a completely different direction to me. They go for this one straight away. Pausing again. Now, green room. This one. Oh, come on, thank you. Pausing again. I hope this is very fun, by the way. Alright, then they go down here. I will actually plug them. I'll show their channel on screen, even though they have 127 subscribers on YouTube to my 20, I think it is. I figure it's only fair, at the very least, even though it probably won't help them much. I hope this is very fun to watch, by the way. Alright. I think I know where I'm going here. Because then I think they go here. Then they go here. Yep, and then they turn down here. They kill that one. Then they kill the one in the next room. Kill that one. There's only about a minute more to the video, but it's probably going to take twice as long. And then, was it this way? Yeah, it was this way. Because you can get a bit turned around. Like I said, the greatest guide in the world's not going to help me if I can't hit them. Yeah, they're doing a lot better at this than I am, actually. Just in terms of being able to hit stuff. Then we go up here. See, that's the one I missed. That's the one I missed. The one that I missed and got me blown up. That was the one. That was it. I thought they were about to reveal that there was a hidden door. Because they nose into the wall here. We're almost done. We're almost done. Ow. I'm just gonna tank that. I'm not too worried about taking some hits. And then I do a full 360, so no, I'm a little lost. No, I think I know where I am. I can't imagine goddamn remembering all this. You know, it's a lot of walking around. Yeah, No, I don't remember that. I won't remember that. Right, hit that. Go up this way. Then I think they turn left here. This has got to be the most fun way to stream Banjo-Kazooie. Yep. So they turn left, then they turn right. There's not too much more left, I swear. Then they do this. And they go up here. Right, yeah, then they follow this path. They come out here, they turn right. They kill this one. Alright, we're almost done. Alright, hold on. So they go out, they turn right, then they turn right again, turn left. Turn right, turn left. Then they're in here. See, I knew that it would require this because there was no way. Crap. Shit. Yeah, then they go through there. Then they go through here. I just want to make sure I don't screw it up. Then they turn right. And it's okay. Alright, we're done. Stop here. Yay! I did that completely legitimately. Yay! Alright, now just like I promised. Here it is. This is his channel. This is the video I used. So go show him some love. If you need a guide to get this done, this guy's the one to go to. Also, pretend like you didn't see the Vim's lair tab, by the way. It's nothing that I'm too ashamed to show, but it's probably something I shouldn't show to... I don't know. I don't care. It's a emulator site. And it's a good one. They do some good emulators. They have some great ROMs. So if you like that sort of stuff, go see them. Go check out the website. I'm not this isn't an emulated version, this is the rare replay version, so I don't really need to worry about it for this, I suppose. I don't stream emulated games at the very least, and the only games I emulate are old games that you can't even get anymore, so. Okay, hold on, I just want to double check one thing before we do this. Oh, okay, good. Because I remembered this one at the very least. Hi, Humber. Do you want this glowy thing? I hope so, because I don't really have any use for it other than to give it to you. They really change up her look in Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, although they kind of change up everybody's look in Nuts and Bolts. Because I will say that, to their credit, they took advantage of the higher polygon counts and all that sort of stuff, the higher details. Alright, so as a detonator, we don't really have much in the way of attacking other than this, which hurts us. And as you can see, our life is considerably lowered. So basically what we need to do, go away, leave me alone, is come here to these things and use the X attack and blow this stuff up. So if used correctly, it doesn't do any damage to us. Which is kind of weird considering a detonator doesn't actually have any explosive in it. So it's kind of weird that we can blow ourselves up. Ah, Canary Mary, you bitch. I mean, I guess she's not a bitch. I mean, it's not her fault that she's broken. Just give me 1 second, I'll be back, so that I can actually do what I just promised I would do. Leave me alone, you. Oh, by the way, notice how when you move forward by jumping, if you actually time it right, you can jump while you're in midair and get a bit more of an extra bit of height. I really hope I learn not to stumble over my words so much. That's one of the things that I'm hoping comes out of me streaming regularly is I talk more so my lips and my tongue get used to not screwing up so much. I'll kill you now while I can. Excuse me. Oop, I didn't mean to do that. Alright. There we go. Yeah, no, well, actually she does, but she's not gonna give it to us right now. We have to earn it. I think I might go visit her now, just to get it out of the way. Because that's probably the strategy I'm gonna use when, because, spoiler, we have to go see her again. Basically, we race her twice here in this level, and then we have to do it again in a much later level. Do I have max? I don't have max blue. Now, I could say that I decided to go see Royston ahead of time now, because it would make doing this easier, because it means I have more oxygen. But if I was to make that claim, I would then also have thought ahead and used it for Old King Cole, so that kind of doesn't work. Alright, so where's Canary Mary? There she is. She's over here. Go away. Oh, you're actually going away. I'll kill you. I'll kill you anyway. Okay. So. Hope you guys like button mashing. Now, fortunately, these two races I can do just with my regular button mashing method, but the races after this one, I have to use this special technique. And no, it's not a turbo controller. I am actually debating getting a turbo controller set up just in case, just to make sure that I don't get stuck there. Alright, so I mentioned this during Banjo-Kazooie when we were racing Boggy, but Rare has a history, a reputation for its old games having their rubber banding mechanics being very, very shit. And they've acknowledged that it is broken. But they have absolutely no plans to fix it. I mean, they could have fixed it when they ported it over to the Xbox One and the Rare Replay version, but they just literally decided not to. Alright, here we go. And you can see how far behind she is. It's going to be a very different story the very final race that we have with her in the game. I'm way ahead, and I'm still putting everything into it. Just to make sure I stay ahead. And I'm actually wearing myself out for the next race. Oh, shit. See, and I'm not the best of button mashers, but I do have the ability to beat her all 4 times. But like I said, it requires a specific technique, which I wasn't just using. Ugh. Yep, that was. And we're definitely not gonna have to do it 3 more times. Oh, by the way, I'm just gonna hedge right now. I will have to take advantage of the fact that I can pause in the middle of the race. I might do it here. Go! Sorry for the heavy breathing. Go! I'm just putting all of I have into this because I don't want to have to do it a second time. You can see that split second where I slowed in. That's when I'm switching hands. Because for this method, I can use both hands. And you can hear how heavy I'm breathing now. It's going to be a lot worse. Did you wipe your pooper with it? Alright. So there's no more butt mashing for a while yet now. So no, she says she's gonna go up to where the clouds are. That's kind of a indicator of where we're going next. Ugh. It doesn't help that I'm not in the best shape, so. Hey, Bear, you just got back to see me tire myself out. Alright, so I don't know how much of that you saw, but that big yellow bird, that is literally the bane of everyone who likes this game. And honestly, I'm still worried that I'm not going to be able to beat her. Because you have to race her 2 more times. Ugh. Where am I going? No, I don't want this, actually. I'll go see Cheeto. And you can hear how heavily I'm breathing now. I'm gonna wear myself out even more. Racing her the second, the third and fourth times. Where is this? Oh, right, yeah. I forgot you were here, too. Black Dingo! Yeah, no, see, unfortunately, Rare has, like I was saying this before I did the race, I don't think you were here for it, but Rare has a bad reputation for having games where their rubber banding AI is really, really bad. I don't know if you know what the term rubber banding means exactly. But basically, their rubber banding for their AIs in races, it's terrible. And it makes the races much, much, much more difficult than they even intended them to be. And even though they probably could patch it, they've actually literally openly said that they have absolutely no plans to patch them whatsoever. Okay, so the term rubber banding basically means that if a character in a race relies on rubber banding mechanics, basically the faster you go, the faster the AI goes. So their speed is relative to your speed, or dependent on your speed. So the faster you go, the faster they go. Now, typically, rubber banding, good working rubber banding, means that they'll only move a little bit faster. They'll say behind you, but close behind you to make you keep up the effort. However, Canary Mary's AI, it is shit. If you go too fast and get too far ahead of her, she will literally go top speed and zip right ahead of you, past you. So unless you can mash the button inhumanly fast, she will beat you every single time. Because there is actually 2 methods that you can use. The first method I've never gotten to work. The only method I've been able to get to work is the button mashing one. And it's ridiculous. It's kind of hard to convey unless you've actually tried to do the race yourself. But yeah, it's hard. It's stupid hard. Because like I said, Rare has even come out and said that it is far more difficult than they intended it for it to be. But they have absolutely no plans to patch it or fix it whatsoever. Alright, so Cheeto here basically allows us to unlock upgrades that they call cheats, quote unquote. They like calling it cheats because it's a bit more fun. It feels like you're subverting the game a little bit. Alright, thank you. So basically that's what we need the Cheeto pages for. And the Cheeto pages are, like I said, they're the bane of anybody who likes this game. It's the bane of their existence. Because Canary Mary, just like she did in the mines there, the Glitter Gulch mines, just like in Glitter Gulch Mine, where she has both a Jiggy and a Cheeto page, when we meet her later, she also has a Jiggy and a Cheeto page. Now, the Jiggy is more possible, but the Cheeto page is just ridiculous. But in order to get 100%, you need to get that Cheeto page. Alright, so the code that Cheeto just gave us, we have to go back to this level, into this temple that's just ahead of us. Dodge the darts. And put it in here. So F E A T H E R S. So the cheats are actually not required to beat the game, but in order to 100% the game, they are, and they do considerably help with combat throughout the game. Really? You gonna start some shit with me? Alright, now we head back to Glitter Gulch Mine, I guess. I'm actually... hold on. Just give me a second. I'll feel my totals here. Do I have everything? No, I'm actually missing a honeycomb and a Jinjo. Well, that might be because of that route that we can't use yet, so I'll wait until we unlock that level. So is everything going alright with you? Hope everything's alright at home. Alright, we'll get a little bit more done here. And then we might move on to the next world just to give us a bit of a change of pace. Because I think the next world's actually one of my favorites as well. This one's kind of like... it's okay, but it's not my favorite. Especially since Canary Mary's here. Funnily enough, both of the levels that she's actually in, they're kind of average to me. Probably because A, they're convoluted, and B, because Canary Mary's in them. think one of the kind of the worst things with playing this version of the game is that there aren't actually any turbo controllers, official turbo controllers for the Xbox One. So you have to have a unique little setup in order to get it all done. Alright, now I think this is basically an underwater maze type thing. Yeah, because there's no oxygen at all. Yeah, see, there's no oxygen. So I hope you don't have a particular fear of drowning, because that might just happen here. So I actually don't even remember the route. Ah, crap. And I'm getting stuck. Okay, there's a way out, apparently. What the? Where does this go? What the? Okay. Well, it's a dead end with oxygen, I guess, so... Also, the camera is just perfect, by the way, for trying to do this. Also, I'm still used to the goddamn up-down controls being reversed like they are in Banjo-Kazooie, so I'm pressing down to go up and up to go down. God dang it. Yay, dead end. I'll be happy when I goddamn remember how to do the goddamn controls. Go. Every time I think I'm starting to get the hang of it again... Alright, there we go. Alright, now do I remember the way back? I don't think I do, to be quite honest. Or I can get it first try. That works. Sorry, if I just stop and don't say anything for a minute or two, second or two, that's probably because I'm checking on the Discord. Just to make sure that everything's alright. And I completely forgot about this shit down here. It's very important. Alright, I should probably do this now too, since I'm here. Alright, so you might remember us putting this rock in here when we were controlling Mumbo. Actually, you know what? I'll just do this. Nope, that doesn't work. Can I get my head back, please? Thank you. Dang it. Oh, I got here. It works. I'm alive. Mostly. Now we crush this rock based completely on the fact that it has a Jiggy painted on the side of it. So we're literally mulching a Jiggy right now, so we're kind of screwing ourselves. See, there it is, it's in pieces. You know, we just kind of completely destroyed our chances of getting 100%. But, I mean... I like how it does the half, because we only got a third of it. And there's one more in the area. Somewhere. And I gotta find it. Oh, I should probably pick these up too. And that, but I can't get that right now because I know what it needs. Ah, there it is. And so... we just tape it back together. We get some super glue. It's good as new. Alright, so there's this one here. I'll remember that one. I should actually... I'll just go back to Wambas now. And have a little looky-loo around and see what I find. As Mr. Detonator Face. I think I can still use these. Yep, I can. That's good. But as before, I'm unable to defend myself, which is not good. I can do that, I suppose. Oh, you don't actually even have to hit X, it just does it automatically. That's good to know. Wish I thought of that. Ooh, okay. We're gonna get back on that horse, are we? there's 2 other spots that I remember being in existence that require the services of a detonator that for some reason can blow itself up. It's goddamn worse not being able to defend myself. Usually I just ignore these enemies anyway. Oh, this is good. I can do absolutely nothing in that room, so I shouldn't be in it. Where do I go next? I actually literally don't know exactly where I'm going. I'm kind of just making it up as I go along. I'm literally going, oh, this way feels good. I'll try this way. Is there anything I can do in here? I don't know. I don't think so. But I'll go have a look. Nope, in fact, I'd probably drown if I go in there. Is that like... I've actually never fallen in the water as the detonator. I assume I probably can't. Probably just throws me back out again, now that I think about it. Oop. See, it's moments like this where I don't really have a whole lot to say. Sometimes I can just waffle on forever because I'm on a good subject that I guess I have good opinions on, or lengthy opinions on. There's moments like this where I don't really know what to say. Feel more strange. Oh no, I can swim. With no arms, no feet, I can swim. Okay, where is what I was after? I'm sure it's over here somewhere. I think this would be one of. One of? Question mark? I think I'm... Because this is around where the... Okay, apparently I can go up here. There's no fall damage, which is good. Oh, that's right. We have to activate the power hut. That's why they weren't working. Yeah, no, there's definitely nothing I can do in here. Yeah, but they have fins. This thing doesn't have even have fins. Your logic is questionable, Bear. Yeah, that's true. But again, they're... I don't know. I still feel like a detonator should not be able to swim. Apparently can't go through doorways. Where's my health, you prick? You're a Minjo, aren't you? No, you're a Jinjo. See, and also notice how it doesn't tell you what colors are in what world. So I have one of two of the orange Jinjos, but I don't know what world the other orange Jinjo is in. And I'm fairly certain each of the families has a Jiggy for me, but I don't get it until I've returned the entire family. So I mean, I could get another Jiggy now if I knew where the orange one was, but I don't know where it is. It's probably in one of the later worlds anyway, so that doesn't really help. Oh, okay. There's that. I think there might be one more spot. Yeah, no, because that was the flying saucer, but I don't know where it is. I'm literally gonna be wandering around forever, because I don't know where I'm going. What else can I even do in here? I think there's still one more ability to pick up here, actually. Nope, there isn't. In fact, you know what? We're gonna leave, and we'll come back when we have more abilities. Well, this is good. I can't get up to the teleporter pad because I'm too short. You know, I don't think I appreciate being a nice average height enough. Because being 5'9", I'm right around average height, so I don't have to worry about banging my head on stuff or not being able to reach for things. It's nice. Plenty of leg room in cars and in planes. But I'm also tall enough to go on carnival rides, even though I don't go on them anyway. But the option's there if I decide I want to use it. Well, how old are you? You're not even fully grown yet, right? Because you're about 13, aren't you? Judging from, yeah, you're not going to be fully grown yet. You're 13. You still got at least, probably, bare minimum, I'd say 2 to 3 years of growing left to do. Well, I suppose it's possible. I think on average, most people don't stop growing until they're closer to 18, but I mean, I suppose there are exceptions. Now, you know what you do? You buy a couple of horses, tie your arms to one of them, tie your legs to the other one, just get them to run in opposite directions. You get really tall that way. Oh, so I should bring it up, mention. This is actually a very special Wumba's Wigwam, because most other places that we run into her, it's inside actual worlds, but this is in the overworld. So there's actually a special transformation that she can give us at this location if we have the Mega Globo, and that's permanent. Well, it's optional to be permanent. I can change back anytime I want, but it doesn't run out. Because otherwise the powers are actually limited to whatever world they're in, with some other rare exceptions. So that's Gruntilda, by the way. That face down the bottom left, that's Gruntilda. She's the big bad guy. Fortunately, I actually do know where the Mega Globo is. Or a random stop honeycomb. Alright, so check this out. Notice how it randomly changes? So I have to press X when I think it will be up near the top. So I got very lucky. But collecting one of those when you're at full health is pretty much disadvantageous because you can't gain anything from it. Because it could actually leave you with no health whatsoever. Well, it'll leave you with 1 unit of health. That's disgusting, you. And this is Mrs. Boggy. This is... I think this is actually the only game she makes any appearance in. Hi, Kimbo. Yeah, we actually meet her kids in the first game. We don't actually meet her till this game, and I don't think, question mark, I don't think she's in the next game either. You've got 3 eyes. Kimba, stop stumbling over my lap. You're gonna yank something out. Sorry, he's demanding scratches, so I'm scratching him. Oh wait, no, I need grenade eggs for this guy. Aha! Ticket! So we don't actually know what we need those for yet, but they will be very required. Turn face that way, please. No, not that way. This way. Face the thing that's in front of you. Thank you. So this is a fairground, by the way. It's owned by the big bad guy. Oh, a big bad woman, I suppose. Taste-free, greasy alternative to a decent meal. Hi. Well, at least they're completely free, right? Alright, so... So yeah, because he's a bit of a smart mouth. So these food items are actually going to be relevant throughout the game. But the problem is that we can't take food out of this world. So we're going to have to try and find a way to sort of circumvent the rules. What I could do. We could do this. I actually have to quite specifically kill them because they have tickets that I need. Kill you. Thank you. I was really heartbroken when it just sort of started flying right past him. Or it. Hi. Can I have one of the burgers that you spit up on? Maybe that one you're breathing on right there? I don't know what kind of place we're at where they just give away food for free, by the way. Too bad, I ain't got none. I think there's just one just under your left foot. Rodent origin, top of the synthetic cheese slice. Is there any other type of cheese these days? So I remember being rather disappointed when I found out there were actually cheese products that actually aren't cheese. They're actually literally just designed to simulate cheese, but they're literally not cheese. They're just a form of oil pressed into a yellow slice. And they're gross. Do you like cheese, Bear? Maybe I had blue cheese. Blue cheese. I don't like blue cheese. I've only had it once in my life, and once was enough. Trying to hide from me, are you, Jam Jars? With how basic the flying was in the first game, now we can actually just shoot in midair now. It really is amazing how much they just tack on to the abilities and just expand them so much further. You know, I remember having blue cheese back when I was in high school. Our teacher was teaching us about pasteurization. So she brought in like 4 or 5 different types of cheeses that were each at different stages of decomposition, with blue cheese right at the end. I was one of the only few who actually tried all the different ones. And I just remember eating the blue cheese, and the second that it touched my tongue, it just filled my whole head with stink. Alright, so finally, we can actually use those split-up pads. Now, one thing to note, you'll see that our health bars are split. Alright, so they're split up. We get to see the entirety of Kazooie for the first time. Now, unfortunately, they're kind of useless until we've picked up some new abilities for them. Because now that we're in Witchy World, we'll actually start to find Jam Jars locations that are only be able to be used by one or the other when they're on their own. I think there might be one in this area. Nope, this is not the area I thought I was in. Excuse me. Wait, where am I? I thought it was over there. Wait, where am I going? Leave me alone! Wait, hold on. I think I know where I'm going. And I'm going the wrong way. Ah, train station. So now that we found the train station, we have to find a way to open the door here. Well, yeah, but I can't give it to you because apparently Banjo's got it. Hi, Hannah. How are you? It's good to see you. Oh, crap. I don't have an attack. I forgot. Whoop. Wait, where am I? How the... Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm not gonna hold that against you. I'm just glad to have you around, that's all. It's not a job anymore. I actually lost that one as well. I don't know whether it's because of COVID and work's just running out or what, but yeah, I'm out of work again. I just can't seem to goddamn hold on to a job. I think that's because of my Crohn's or something, because it kind of makes it more difficult for me to keep up with everyone else or something. But, yeah. Oh, there's not much helping it. I kind of just try to take it as even more motivation to try and get this streaming stuff to work. I've actually picked up 4 whole new followers since my last stream. Well, the last one that we talked on. So. I'm pretty happy about it, actually. Yeah, I'm actually 5 off. So I'm not too far away, actually. Which is kind of amazing. It's a hell of a lot closer than I thought I would ever get. Oh, by the way, you should have a sword next to your name now. I don't know why I didn't do it earlier. But I didn't, and now I have. Yep, there's the sword. Yeah, I'm at 45 now. I'm not quite at the average of 3. I think I'm getting about 2. Because there was actually... Cinnabar was actually around earlier. I don't know where she went, but I suppose something happened. It's fine. I feel weird mentioning it. I'm really not holding it against her, but I'm worried that's how it sounds, but I'm not. Oh, you are still here. Like I said, the viewer count, it's not updating. It's still showing me at 2, and I know one of those 2 is my side view here. So it should be showing 3. Was it the washing machine? No, it's the taxi van. Is it whose handle? Mine or Cinnabar's? Ha! I run everybody over now. Alright, it's not about weight, you have to push it 3 different ways. One second. I think I remember how to do this. Yeah, Cinnabar is actually bare on the Allhaven server. She was nice enough to come across and follow me here on Twitch, which I really, really appreciate. And she's just been hanging out with me. It's nice. It's nice having somebody to talk to. But yeah, somehow or another I managed to pick up 3 followers last stream. Well, I picked up 2 during the actual stream, then 1 straight after. And then Cinna was nice enough to follow me on this stream, so... I'm not holding that against you, really. I promise, I'm not holding it against you. It doesn't bother me. I don't know how I'm supposed to be able to do this, considering... I think it requires... Hold on. I'm really not holding it against you, Hannah. It might sound like I am. That's because I kind of suck at talking a lot of the time, so it sounds like I mean something when I don't mean it. Yeah, I thought the cash van had something to do with this, but whatever. Oh! Do you have much experience with Banjo-Tooie, Hannah? Haha. Tooie's dead, but you'll be back soon, so... And you're a Minjo. I remember you. You're a Minjo. Oh no, why did you shoot that poor defenseless Jinjo? It's not a Jinjo, it's a Minjo. Alright, so I think I need Kazooie for this. Alone. Why, you cheeky? So we actually need to split them up. None. Have you played or seen Banjo-Kazooie before? Because I actually just finished Banjo-Kazooie last stream. Leave me alone. Roar, I'm a Minjo. Arch enemy of the Jinjos, but I look just like them. No. Oops. I thought that was a Kazooie ability. Never mind. I'm stupid. Oh, okay. Right, well, so the story with Banjo-Tooie is that after the events of Banjo-Kazooie, Gruntilda's sisters showed up and freed Gruntilda from underneath the boulder. Except she's now a skeleton. And her sisters are using a special machine to suck the life out of lots of different things in order to get her body back. And in the process, they killed Bottles. So basically, we're trying to avenge Bottles' death. We're trying to avenge them killing King Jingling. We're trying to stop her from sucking up the life of everywhere. Haha. I juked that. I didn't even know I could do that, but... Holy crap. Apparently I'm incapable of attacking. Fortunately, I get most of my health back because they average out the health between Banjo and Kazooie when I reunite them. Now, have you heard the general consensus regarding Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts? Hello, Kimbo. How are you? Because if you have not heard the general consensus, it is that it's annoying, really. Alright, I think if I am correct, I'm hoping that I'm correct. Oh wait, no, Kazooie can attack. She has her eggs. There we go. Yes, Kimbo? You okay? Yeah. A lot of people were really pissed off that it wasn't Banjo 3E like they were hoping it would be. I think it's a very, very, very good game. And like you said, a lot of people say that it is a good game, but it's marred by the fact that it's not what they expected it to be. And so a lot of people kind of just say, nope, it's a shit game. Nope, it's no good. It's not the game I wanted it to be, so it sucks. But then there are more reasonable people who say, yeah, no, it's a good game, it's just not a great Banjo game. Just like you said. Yep, I already did that. Thank you. You're behind the times, Jam Jars. You're behind the times. problem, Senna. Thank you very much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. The VOD will still be available for you if you want to watch the rest of it. And if you want to, I can direct you to my YouTube channel where I archive everything anyway. Hello, Kimba. Alright, if I remember correctly, red's worth 1, blue's worth 3, green's worth 2. And red worth 1. So we want blue and green. Fortunately, we have infinity eggs for this, so... I don't know what score I need, unfortunately. So it's literally just fly around and hope you hit something. And just kind of try and focus your efforts on the blue and the greens if you see them. Oh. Dang it, I missed that one. I wanted that one. This might make you a little bit sick. I'm sorry if it does. Give me the blue. Dang it. Unfortunately, what? Crap, I don't know what I was talking about. What was I talking about? Yeah, no, I don't remember what I was talking about either. I don't know, maybe I was talking about, unfortunately, I don't know what points I need. I don't know. It's not important. I got past the challenge. 30 points. I know the rules. The rules are pretty universal. Blue's really good. Green's kind of good. Red's okay. Thank you. Aha, I kicked all the ass. I've already got the points. I actually mentioned this twice already earlier in the stream, but unfortunately I seem to have kind of tunnel vision whenever I play. I'm either focusing on what's going on in the game or I'm not really focusing on what I'm saying. What did I earn, like 60 something? 50. I earned 50. It's nice having the delayed stream on my left here so I can actually see what happened a couple seconds ago. I'm only just sort of getting into the realization that I can do that. And I just tried to use the talent draw despite the fact that I'm already Kazooie. So yeah, you remember the shock jump pads? Remember how high they shoot you up? Well, Kazooie on her own gets shot even higher. The only problem is she's kind of incapable until we pick up some of her abilities. I really don't know how I managed to garner 45 followers on here. Like I said, I only expected to get maybe like 12. And they'd be my friends who are just... who are doing it to be supportive. Go away. Leave me alone. Oh, I know I can walk along this. Give. Thank you. Now I can use this shit. Yeah. Yes, Kimbo. What is it? You okay? Don't try and tell me that you're hungry because your food dish is full. I specifically made sure to top it up before I started. So it's full. And you got your dang treats for the day. And it's not dinner time yet. Not for a few hours left yet, at least. Isn't that temporary? Oh, I thought that was temporary. It's kind of a shame you haven't played this. Oh, Panic is a really good game. Everything that they took, everything that they had in Banjo-Kazooie, everything that they had in Banjo-Kazooie, they just put more into this. Alright. I should still be here. Oh no. Dang, 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 dang. I kind of want to go back to Glitter Gulch Mine so that I can... I'm just gonna do that, I guess. Ha ha! I jumped over your shot at me. And it missed. I think I might actually need to get something to eat. Did I? I did not. That is very smart of me. But I also want to find this dang UFO. I don't remember where it is. No, okay. That's good. I know where it is now. I thought it was down at the other end of the map. Alright, crap. Which direction was it? It was this direction. Leave me alone, you. Leave. Leave. Leave the detonator alone. All it wants is peace. It doesn't want to destroy. Even though it just destroyed something. Now, I don't remember what happens if I try to leave a world with a transformation. I think it just doesn't turn me back. Or it just doesn't let me leave. I think that might actually be what happens. It just doesn't let me leave. Even though there are actually some cases where I'm required to get a transformation in one world and take it into another world. Oh, leave me alone. Will it just block me? It just blocks me. You know, you could just turn me back. You could just do what the last game did. You know, instead of making me go all the way back to do you say hello, and then come all the way back here. You're kind of being an asshole, Wumbo. Mumbo was better. Mumbo's magic was better. Also, did you shrink him or something? Because for some reason he's so much bigger than us in the first game, and now he's much smaller. What happened? Did you do something to him? He was fine in the first game, then suddenly, in the same game that you turn up in, he's suddenly short. I think you did something to him. Okay, so... Telecamper. So I'm actually gonna take a break once I get back into Witchy World. I don't know why I'm bothering to go back into Witchy World, because it's not really gonna change much, but... Anyway. So I'll just stand here, I guess. So yeah, I'm gonna, I guess, get something to eat. Stretch, all that sort of stuff. So I'll be back in a little bit. So I'll see you guys then. Hope you guys are having a good day. Be safe. See you guys in a bit. Hey guys, I'm back. Just decided to take a sort of extra long sort of break. Just to make sure I was well fed, so to speak. Oh right, I gotta activate the power, don't I? That's why there's no electricity trying to zap me. I don't actually remember how to turn the power back on. Huh. I believe all of these are just shut off until I turn everything back on again. Oh, here we go. Oh wait, where's Mumbo? Oh wait, no, I remember where he is. Leave me alone. Is there a teleporter in here? You're a Minjo. Oh no, you're one of Buggy's kids. You're a Minjo. I thought there was supposed to be a teleporter in here. Oh wait, no, sorry, there's one outside this area. That's where the teleporter is. It's out here. Alright, so I believe that 2 out of 3 of Mrs. Buggy's kids are easy enough to get back. You just give them some food and they go back. But the very rotund one, putting it nicely, he's much more of a pain in the butt. I believe it'll be a while before we actually will be able to return him to his mom. God dang it. Just have to be a pain in the ass, don't you? There's definitely a lot more running around in this, but I kind of guessed that if I actually knew where I was going most of the time, there'd probably be considerably less running around. Hey, got some fries for you. Kind of crappy food, but I mean, I suppose if you want it. That kind of sounded like the boys' cheering noise, by the way. Still another 2 to find, though. Well, I know where one of them is. I don't remember where the other one is. But then again, Jandros kind of tells you. Why don't you just hit each other? Alright, so I should go get Mumbo. I think I remember exactly where he is. He's in one of these areas. I think it's in the Inferno, specifically. But I don't know how to open it. I have to use that. Okay. A lot of fart assing around. I think this might be the jail, or it might be the dark area. It's the dark area. Also, don't touch the teeth. Because I think, actually no, I think the prison's here, isn't it? Warning, the management accepts no responsibility for soiled underwear as a result of viewing the Cave of Horrors exhibits, aka the jail. Oh. That's not nice. He's not evil and dangerous. Hi, Gobi. Tried to make the law world, got caught. Yeah, no, I'm not leaving him in there. And I'm not gonna leave him in there. I think it's grenade eggs, or is it this? What the? I'm sure it's one of these things, isn't it? I have to hit the lock specifically. Yeah, no, that's kind of annoying. I feel like just hitting the door in general should be enough. Because I think I remember the last time I did this, I didn't remember that, and... We just hit the kid. Don't worry, we'll get you safe. I mean, I know I'm talking to a video game character that can't really understand me, but... makes me feel nice to reassure them. Oh, well. I think the next code you get from Cheetos probably eggs, right? Because I know there is one that gives you more eggs. How many different types of eggs there were? I think there were 5, aren't there? We got 3, and there's 2 more that I can think of that definitely exist. Do you want really? You're really gonna make me use my flaming eggs? No, I didn't think so. I don't know why I bother doing that, because I'm pretty certain I can't jump over the teeth. Yo! Alright, so I believe that this is... Yeah, I haven't got any food on me. So, haha. Yeah, so he's right there, but we can't give him a burger. Go away. So I don't actually know how this isn't technically part of... you know, everything, but whatever. I think the train switch is in here. I think? I hope? Oh, there it is. So I do start over here. I couldn't figure out if I started over here and went to the left or started on the left and moved to the right. Go away. Don't like you. Oh. Just give me that. Oh, my health went away. Give. Alright, now we call Chuffy. Yay! So we have 2 separate train stations, and now we can move Chuffy between either one of them. And we can also use it as a shortcut to get back to Glitter Gulch Mine. Yay! I think the dinosaur will be a little bit happier now that it's in the train, at the very least. Like, it's not sobbing, but it's not jumping for joy. And it has a nice little oh, it's a little bit sad. It's got a nice cozy spot here in the train. It's better here in the train than in that goddamn cell. So yeah, Pterodactyl Land, I believe that might be the next world that we unlock. Go away. So yeah, this is really high up. The only time I could think of where they use this sound effect is in Banjo-Kazooie. Ow. Really? Really? Miss it by that much, huh? That's right, I'll just kill this guy and steal his health. Nope, he doesn't have any health to steal. I mean, if you're gonna respawn, the least you could do is have more health. Well, I'm glad to see that we survived that. You can go away. Is there a shortcut to Humbawamba? There is, thank you. Because we're gonna need this money van. We didn't really do much with it. At all, really, at all. You know, it's time to actually do something. Oh, sorry. Ah, god dang it. I was about to say... You'll also want to check behind your chair, because I think in at least one of the worlds, either the Globo is behind your chair, or... What are you gonna do? Can't do anything. Your power pales in comparison to mine. I will run your ass down, and you will be dead. Yay, it's open. You can go see Bumbo now. I think that there's another pay. There is. There's another pay door here. And I think there's also a teleporter in there. I know we can drive through this A-okay, no problems. There is a teleporter. But I don't think it can use them. No, it can. Never mind. My mistake. There's a Globo. Die, bitch. Oh, hey. Now that tower was kind of a piece of shit because I remember it being a pain in the ass. I don't know what's over here. Leave me alone. I remember, I think we have to deal with her too. What are you gonna do? I kind of just want to try and see if I can deal with everything that this van can help me with. Even though I know I need to transform back into it at least one more time. Because I need to activate the rides, then turn back into this thing to do one of the rides. This one specifically. It's no wonder it's large enough for the van. I just remembered another one of the clever mechanics they actually make use of too. It's pretty awesome. It's got to do with Wumba's wigwam actually, but it's not until the next world, I think. What are you doing in his skull? Mumbo, your defenses have been breached. Stop laying on your ass and get busy. Get out of my hut. Give me your health. Okay, so there was at least 2 spots that I can think of that need Mumbo. There's one over here. I like how the Globo just disappeared. You see it jump around in the cutscene. It means it left him. How do you continue to use magic? Oh, also his magic stick does run out. So you do have to have some semblance of timing in using it. I don't care that you were trying to run away. I was in kill mode, and you will not deny me killing. You should not deny me my pound of flesh. Yay! Oh, you stink. Badly. Therefore, you should die. Now, what was the other thing? I don't remember. There was one more, wasn't there? No! Fortunately, aside from ranged attacks, I believe Mumbo's stick is powerful enough to take out most enemies. Yeah, no, that's only for Banjo-Kazooie. See, she doesn't want to use her magic fortune on him because he's magical too, so he'll be able to see through it all. I'm trying to remember, there was one more, wasn't there? No! Don't lock me out. You not nice person. No, I don't remember. I'll come back. Where's the dude? I just remembered another one of the levels that we'll be in, and it's pretty awesome. I keep saying, I remember this thing, and it's gonna be pretty awesome. We're not there yet, but it will be awesome. I'm not telling you what it is, but it'll be pretty awesome. if I remember correctly, all this requires is split up here. A banjo coming over here. The pushing of this button. And then a using of these shoes and getting past these pricks. Out. Dang it. Crap! And I think it, yep, it resets us. So I have to walk all the way back over there as Banjo. Fortunately, I can just do that. I assume that Rare, when they implemented the backpack swing, crap! Oh, come on! Got it that time. Ugh. I just gotta get back down without getting killed. I fully expect to accidentally walk into this prick that's right in front of me. Or jump off and land in the lava. Oh, shit. Yay, did that thing. We should use the teleportation pad, actually. We might actually just go back and do this other thing that requires the money van while we're in money van mindset. Goodbye. We haven't even actually dealt with the big top itself yet. Because I think now that we have the 4 tickets, I think we have what we need to get in there. Goodbye. So remember, this game is actually specifically for the money van. I'll admit I was a little bit worried when the first door wasn't open. Huh? Oh. Wait, what? I thought the... Huh. Well, I'm silly. I mean, we still needed the money van, but... Oh well, whatever. I mean, it would kind of still work for us to use the money van, considering what exists in this minigame. It still makes me think of Final Fantasy VII and Cosmo Canyon. I'm trying to place the theme, but the music that's playing in my ears from the video game is throwing me off. And I can't hear it in my head. So I think it's just collecting twinklies, isn't it? And it's just them trying to kill us, basically, I think. I think every time they hit me, I lose points. Now this might seem a little easy, but remember this is only the first phase of the. Apparently it almost wasn't easy enough because I only just barely made it. Although I think the point totals are different in this one. I think less points, I think. Oh, now we get to gang up on you because we're so shit. Yeah, so it's 10 less. You know, you could have kept everything symmetrical by putting one on the left, one on the right. I mean, it really seems like they move faster than I do. Oh wait, they're not able to steal points from me. I thought they were able to steal points from me. They literally just inhibit me. I could have sworn that when they hit me, I lost a point or something. Imagine if that was the case. Okay, well, I suppose this got easier. I hesitate to say that. So now I should only need 40. So it should be less than 1 a second. Wait, where am I? I'm at the top, I'm not at the bottom. Alright, get off me. You notice how they kind of buffet me forward at times? Alright, well, yeah, that was tough. Just barely made it. I don't know how I did it. I just sort of scraped by, I guess. I just believed in myself, tried my hardest. But really, these guys they're almost insurmountable. I got double. Well, yes, please. Yeah, because they don't actually have a dance in this, I try to simulate it by doing the backflip, I guess. I mean, it kind of works. It's not as good, but... I suppose it works because it's kind of more streamlined, I guess. You know, it allows you to just sort of keep moving on instead of stopping. Because I could see how if somebody doesn't typically like the dance, which I don't know why you wouldn't. Holy... Go away. I can't... There we go, thank you. There it is. Hey! Backflip! What did I say? Where's the store? There it is. I'll just wait, I guess. Now I'm thinking of the Simpsons game. Space Exhibit, where you fight the bullies. No, I don't want to go up! Shit! Can we go back down, please? Thank you. You can go away, and you can go away. Thank you. So now that we got the power, we can do the UFO of death. I think it was, or UFO of peril. Sorry. Need to get that right. Where? I could have swore. Wait, hold on. I swear there was a way up here. Oh well. Guess I'll do it the long way then. Yeah, whatever. Leave me alone. I know, you're big, you're scary, you're ugly. You're gonna try and hurt me, and you're gonna fail at it. What else is new? Alright, I think the Saucer of Peril is actually kind of a pain in the ass. Although, it doesn't look like it's got power. Where's the power source for Saucer of Peril? Power source for what? See, I thought that this powered it up, but I guess not. Yeah, well, what else have we got that we can do right now? We can go talk to Grunty, because I think Grunty actually has a special ability that we can get from her. But it's completely random. Yay! So it can be good or it can be bad. I think there's actually one bad thing and multiple good things, but the bad thing's just more common. Yay, things I don't need. She's definitely going to beat the shit out of us at least once. Well, no, not extra, but a refill. Uh-huh. She hits us. And we lose some health. But I do believe there is actually something quite good in here. Yep, so we get beat up again. Grunty, you're not nice. Yay, we get another beating. I'm near positive that there's something good, permanent, something really good. Not just refills, it's something actually really good. I don't remember what it is. Why are we just getting all beatings now? Can I have an energy refill? Okay, so that's 5 beatings in a row. You know, that's not really that good. Now, I think I can actually cheat the game just a little bit. So we have 1 health right now. Now we have 2. Now we still have 2. Oh, you do. You just fill it back up. Thank you. I'm sure it's more than just beatings. I'm positive. I'm not giving in. You're not beating me, so to speak. Am I just really unlucky? I'm sure there's something good in here. I think maybe I should look this up. I could have sworn there was... Yep. 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 Thank you. And I think for the most part we've kind of done what we can do for now, other than the big top. I wasn't particularly avoiding doing the big tops, just I was doing other stuff, I guess. I like how they just give Congar a cameo. Bye. Okay, he just scampers away. Oh. I feel like they'd be so disappointed. They get to see a show and nope, they have to fight for their lives again. It's a little saddening. Oh, you're kind of creepy, aren't you? You're a bag of hot air. Nice one, Kazooie. Well, no. Alright, do we get flying already? No. We don't. I guess that's later. Haha. Yep, so those molehills basically ensure that we have to be flying when we do all this, because if we stay on the floor, those things will pop out. And they basically ensure that we can't stay on the ground. Fortunately, the game's nice enough to give us basically an infinite source of feathers and grenades. I was about to say, why don't they just make it literally infinite, but... Oh, okay, he can't hurt us. But that's gonna be annoying. One second, I'm gonna sit up for this. I was laying down. Sort of. Laying back. Let me get well away from you. And get some more eggs. Hi. Yeah, that jumbo's nice and nice, easy way to get some distance between you and Mr. Patch, but I don't think it can actually be used as an attack against him. No, not everything about you has to be inflatable. Like I'm shooting for the one down there and it hits the one on his cheek. You gonna cough up some more phlegm balloons? Not. Oh, okay. As long as I didn't hurt myself. Let's go. Need to close some distance between me and him. Hit it! Hit it! How'd that not hit it? Oh shit. Go on, you big bag of hot air. Hit it! Hit the patch! Alright, so this fight went from interesting to kind of agonizing now because I can't hit this one patch. Thank you. There we go. Oh, by the way, this guy, he's in the third game too. Twice, in fact. So, I think this area gets closed off permanently. I can't remember. Nope, we can go back in here and we can just fly around if we want to. Which is nice. No, we can't because there's no more flying pads. What's this over here? Oh, it's just spotlight. It kinda stinks. It'd be kinda nice to have a place where you can fly around, I guess, maybe. I mean, the pads are there, why don't they just leave them there? I mean, I suppose it probably would be kind of boring to just fly around inside of a giant tent forever. I do kind of wish that they gave you the ability to fly around Showdown Town at the end of Banjo-Kazooie 3. Okay. I don't remember what to do here. Okay, yep, that's it. Just blow it up. Another use for Mumbo, another use for this. And the claw grab boots, what the hell you call them? Grip grab boots. What are they called? I'm not even sure. Give me that, and I'll kill you, just because I feel like it. And I guess we'll go get Mumbo again for the third time, I think. Third time? I don't know, it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna go get him. Yes, I know, you're big, you're scary, you're not actually that big or that scary, but you're trying to be, so I'll just run away from you and pretend like you actually are and make you feel better. I, however, will kill you. And I'll kill you if you'll just walk into it, please. Yeah, I know. Kinda figured it was you. I saw the pew count tick back up again. So this... Yep, okay. I was gonna say, if this doesn't do it, then I don't know how to reactivate the power here. How did evil apples go? Did you eat apples? Were they evil? Did you kick all the butt like you usually do? Oh yeah, a few games. Was that 90% of them? Probably. I remember when I played with you. You won almost all of them. Well, still, half, that means more than anybody else won, probably. So it sounds like you did pretty well. Alright, so we go get Mumbo and then change back, just so we can go get Wamba and then change back. There's a fair amount more running around in this compared to the second game, first game. I don't really know. I think I'm in the like 3rd world out of like 8, but you can't really complete the levels until you're much further into the game, so I don't really know how to say exactly how far in I am. Maybe a quarter, maybe a third, maybe. Because this game's not as straightforward as Banjo-Kazooie is. Because you remember how, except for Gobi's Valley and Freezeezy Peak, you can complete the entire level the first time you arrive? That's not really the case with this game. Usually when you enter a level, you can probably finish about 80 to 90% maybe, at most. But the other 10 to 20% you'll have to leave and come back after you've gotten a certain ability. Like I'm here in this world, there's already like maybe 2-3 jiggies that I can't get. Like here, I'll check the. Hold on. I'll check the checklist. Alright, so all the jiggies that you see here are the ones I've already gotten. I can get number 4, but I can't get number 7 yet. So I have to literally wait until I get a new ability and come back. Yep, a fair amount of backtracking. That's kind of one of the defining traits of this game compared to the first one. It's kind of one of the cool traits, but it's also kind of a pain in the ass at the same time. Also, I don't know why I came over here, considering I can't access what I need to access. I need to be back over where I was. Because, like I was saying at the beginning of the stream, there can be a jiggy that's technically got in one world, but can only be accessed through a secret passage in another world. So even though all the effort is put forth in one world, it actually counts towards a different world's total. Like, for example, this jiggy that I'm going towards right now, I have to do a whole slew of shit just to get it be available. Get it to a point where it's actually able to be done. Oh, Nino Kuni, I've heard of that. I don't know much about it, but I've heard of it. I've heard I think it's a quite popular game, actually. Like I said, I don't know too much about it. I think it's supposed to be a popular game, but I don't know too much about it. So I'm at 500. So, yay, we get to shoot things. Get shot. We kind of run into a lot of games like this throughout the game. where you hit blue things, red things, and green things, or you collect green things, red things, and blue things, and I think this one's actually kind of a pain in the ass. I seem to remember it being a pain in the ass. Ah! See, you like spots like that where you get almost nothing. I don't remember how long this is. Oh yeah, it was too, wasn't I? Yeah, no, well, I've shot more things since you've been away, actually. I just got done shooting things before you got here. We got one. Fortunately, they give you infinity ammo, so you just hold down the trigger the whole time. Alright, I'm over halfway. I got third prize. I need another 200 points. I don't know how well I'm doing. I don't know how far in I am. If I'm more than 3/5 of the way, I'm losing. Give blue. Give blue. I need blue. I like blue. Blue's actually my favorite color. So I feel very validated knowing that my favorite color is the highest scoring color in this game. It makes me feel like I made a right choice in life. Come on, I just need a little bit more. Alright, I got it. I'm okay. Wait, are we going in here too? No, because that's not an area you can go into. But we're finishing. Ugh. Made it by 36 points. 2 bleeping prizes. He's bleeping himself. And this shiny gold thing. He gives me 2 prizes and he doesn't even know what they are. Yay! We're 3/5 of the way towards another cheat. Alright, I'm gonna go actually get that Jinjo that I completely forgot was up there, that I now know is up there, before I forget about it. Thank you. But I think I've just about gotten everything that I can in this world, so I actually have to go on like the next world or two, go get some more stuff from there, get more abilities, and then come back here. Don't fall off. Once I get this Jinjo, I literally can't think of anything else that I can get right now. Camera, would you get back behind me, please? Ah! Oh shit. You don't have to do this. This works. So, how's your day going, by the way, Hannah? I don't think I actually asked. Yo! Oh, leave me alone. I don't want to be beaten. Oh, speaking of being beaten, you missed out on the hiding that I got from Grunty. Oh, still closed. Okay. That's alright, we'll come back. Busy day, huh? Is that a good day? Yeah, blah 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 blah. I know. I'm where? Shut up. Blah 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 blah. Well, now you can relax. That's good news, right? Yay for relaxing! I'm going to go on like the next level. Actually, I should probably be able to unlock the next two. So I think usually if you at least get everything done that you can get done, you can usually unlock two at a time. This is where we unlock new levels, by the way. It's always back to this one location. And the jigsaw puzzles are a bit more skill-based. If you remember the hidden jigsaw puzzle game in Bottle's house in number 1, the optional one, that's basically what it is here. Actually, there's no basically about it, that's literally what it is. So I'm good at jigsaw puzzles. They decided to turn a hidden feature into a main feature. Ah, so this is our next level. I just realized what this puzzle is. And it's actually one of my favorite levels, actually. It's a pretty cool level. Do you like sea worlds? Like sea levels in games? Do you like Jolly Roger's Lagoon? No, sorry. No, that's this level. Jolly Roger's Bay, or Dire Dire Docks in like Mario 64. Because that's what this is. It's a water level. It's pretty awesome. You'll like it. The only problem is I don't remember how to get up here. Oh no, this is a pretty awesome level. Pretty fun. Do you like pirates? And sailors and such? And this is a pretty good level too. I'm probably going to be saying that about most of the levels. Maybe not all of them, but most of them. I can think of one level that I'm definitely dreading getting to. And it's literally only because of one challenge that I've been hyping up the whole time I've been playing this. It's the main reason why I'm gonna regret starting a playthrough of this. I don't know how you would judge the water graphics in this. Really? They're not bad. You think the water graphics in this game are awful? Okay. Alright. Fair enough, I suppose. Really? I figured they would have been... I seem to remember 64's not being that much better. Yeah, I know, I suck. Thank you. Yeah, I don't have enough by one. One short. I don't remember if there's any... Okay, good. That's nice, I guess. I'm just trying to remember how to get to that new area. I don't actually remember. Oh, wait, no. I think I remember. But it's a matter of if I can actually get there. I might actually be thinking of somewhere else. Oh, leave me alone. Because getting down there requires an ability that we don't have. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. I think I know where I'm going. But I mean, you get some nice water graphics here in this area. It's not that bad, is it? I didn't think DKA 64 was any better than this. Anyway, the next world's the obligatory underwater level. Mostly. It's like 90% underwater. While we're here, actually, we can go talk to Miss Honeybee. Should have enough for at least one health upgrade, I think. I think the last time I played this, I just never said hello to her for ages and ages and ages, and I just got 3 health units all at once. Oh, also, they're flirting. Because bears like honey, and bees make honey, they're flirting. That's why. That's the basis of their relationship. Bears like honey, and she's okay with him stealing it, I guess. I also just realized this game has elements of a Metroidvania, because it literally requires you to pick up an ability so that you can advance to the next area. And there's a lot of games that kind of hold that idea too. Ratchet and Clank, for example. It also has that concept. I'd say probably any game where you gain abilities throughout the game's duration probably holds that kind of idea. Ice eggs! I think they also at times get used, at least I think once, they get used as water eggs. Basically. Or the equivalent of water eggs. I was really expecting there to be at least one of those blue bastards up here. Give train. You say that like it's my fault. Oh no, turn subtitles on, I guess. There aren't actually subtitles. Oh no, there actually might be closed caption. I don't know. I never actually looked at it, checked it. Although I can near guarantee it probably wouldn't be able to figure out what the hell I'm saying anyway. So you're shit out of luck there. Where even is the globo for this area? I think I actually know where it is. I think I actually remember where it might be. It's a matter of if I can actually access the area. Go away. Yeah, I'll stop every 5 seconds. Whenever I'm playing, I'll just stop every 5 seconds so I can type it in. That's a good idea. I actually had to kind of do that yesterday when I was streaming because somebody from Spain, Mexico, sorry, actually decided to watch for a little bit, and they were speaking Spanish in the chat, and I didn't know what they were saying, so I actually stopped every couple of minutes to toss in what they were saying to me into a translator and say something back to them. I think it's up. Yep, there it is there. It's a matter of if I can get up to it. You suck. I think I actually need the grip grab boots. Nope, I don't. I remember that they were there. Well, I felt kind of guilty just talking to him and having him sit, because he actually also followed me too, so I felt guilty talking and having him sitting there watching me and trying to talk to me and us not being able to communicate really. And it was the only thing I could think of because I don't really speak Spanish. I know a little tiny itty bitty bit of it, but not nearly enough to hold a conversation. I think he understood English about as well as I understood Spanish, which is to say not very well. Also, this level has its own currency. That's how special this level is. It has its own currency. It doesn't use notes or anything. It uses doubloons. So it's pirate themed. And so anything that I was saying in English, I don't think he understood. He or she. I don't know what gender they were. I keep saying he when I don't actually know what gender they were. And I feel like an asshole, so... yay for me, I guess. But yeah, I don't think that they really understood what I was saying, so... the only things that they probably understood is what I typed into the chat in Spanish. I don't know, I've heard of people who don't really speak English. They watch English TV shows or what have you in order to try and learn some English. So if that's what their plan was, I can see some sense there. The what? I do not understand what you're talking about, Hannah. I'm sorry. Oh, also, this pool is shit. It's a shitty pool. And because everybody in this universe is incapable, we have to fix it for them. Oh, also, this guy has 3 arms. But he seems pretty happy about it, I guess. He seems okay with it. Oh, that's not nice. It seems like it'd be pretty useful having an extra arm. Yeah, no, it's full of sludge and it's cold. Yep, this one will take some time because we actually have to travel to a completely different level, and I think it's like 2 or 3 levels down the road. Oh, okay. Huh. Well, I think there are actually a lot of Americans who are trying to learn Japanese. Especially I think introverts, because you know there's a lot of anime and such that kind of requires it. And I kind of feel like Japanese is probably like the most popular language amongst introverts anyway. Yeah, what? I don't know what you mean by yeah. Oh yeah, well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Well, I think most of Texas, it's kind of small gated communities, isn't it? Where they just kind of share one mindset. They don't have a lot of open-mindedness. Alright, so just stopping the sludge from being put into the pool apparently cleans it. We don't have to clean the sludge out or anything. It's not there anymore. That makes sense. Near guaranteed you're a Minjo. You made yourself too obvious. Shitbag. I don't know. I've never lived in Texas, so I don't know. I just heard that a lot of southern community and the southern sort of edge of USA, they're very sort of cut off, so to speak. So they don't have a lot of room for new ideas, I think. Hey, I'm just spitballing here. I don't really know. I'm surmising. I'm Australian. You expect me to keep up with how Americanness works? Oh, so you might recognize that stuffed toy from Banjo-Kazooie 1. And you might recognize Bantilda here from Banjo-Kazooie 1, who actually is not in any of the other games. Except for maybe Grunty's Revenge. I don't know for certain. The name's Porno. Okay. That seems like a good name for a kid's game. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's kind of a solid block of gold. Ow! I stood next to an explosion and it hurt me. Alright, I'm gonna just take a quick squiz around. Yeah, because I think I actually missed one of these the last time I played through it, and I was looking all around trying to find some shit. And I couldn't find it. Because I hadn't uncovered all the little hidey holes. I think that's all of them. No, pawn is in porn. Porn O. Oh wait, no, hold on. We need to access something else. Hello, Jolly. I don't care. I'm a disgruntled patron, and I don't give a shit about your feelings. Now give me a drink. That's actually literally what Kazooie basically just said. So he doesn't really seem to care about her. He cares about the fact that he's going to get overworked in a minute. No worries. You can go to bed. It's okay. I should probably start wrapping up anyway. I'm getting really stiff and kind of fatigued. So I might just call it at like 5 hours or something. It's 6:18 p.m., so evening, I guess. I know, the sun's still out, but, you know. Sub Aqua Air Gaming. Yeah, no, the sun's still up here. Odd that the sun is up here on the other side of the world when it's down where you are. Huh. Hi, Captain Black Eye. See ya. I'll see you later, okay? Now I remember I'm supposed to blow a hole in the side of the building somewhere. Is it here? Ow. Oh, right. Here. God dang it. For some reason hit Y to shoot. There we go. Yay! We destroyed personal, private property. Now we can access this area for some reason. I don't know if we can actually do anything. Because the diggie's all the way over there. Yeah, there's a couple of abilities that we'll need in this area. And we have neither of them. And at least one of them we can't get in this world. One of them we can. one of them we can't. Actually, no, maybe two of them. Two, I think, actually, specifically. It's a couple of nice visitors I've had drop in today. That's nice. Yeah, sure, I guess. I think these are the springy boots or the suction boots. Nope, it's the running boots. I don't remember what I need them for. Yet they do. I actually already talked to the goldfish that's existing in this game. Where's that Jinjo that I can hear? He's behind the desk? What the? Oh. You know, it kind of doesn't make sense that if they flew away, why are they hanging out here asking for help? Anyway, I think I'm gonna call it here. So thanks for hanging out, guys. I'm not sure when the next stream will be. Hopefully soon. Should be probably sometime this week. But I need to work out my working situation. I may be working tomorrow. I suppose it remains to be seen. But anyway, I'll just sort of do my best. That's all you can do, right? Yeah, I'll see you guys next stream, okay? Thanks so much for hanging out. Hope you guys are having a good day and stay safe.